Thank you. I will call the Civilian Police Oversight Agency Board to order on January the 12th, 2023. Ms. Barella, will you call the roll?
Chair Friend,
Yes.
Vice Chair Crawford,
Excused?
Member Jackson,
Excused?
Member Luce,
Here.
Member Nixon,
Here.
Member Rayner,
Excused?
Member Wartell,
Here.
Chair Friend, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And we're going to, we don't have a consent agenda. So I'm going to ask for approval of the agenda to move items 12 to item 6. And that way we'll have the reports from the city departments before we have our appeal hearings is what I'm doing. So with that, can I get a motion to approve the amended, can I get a motion to approve the amended agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Ms. Barella, will you call the roll?
Member French,
Yes.
Member Jackson. Oh, sorry, Crawford Jackson. Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Wartell.
Yes.
Thank you. And that motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. And I don't think, I think I don't need another one to approve the, we just did the one. Okay. So with that, we'll move on. I did check my email and I didn't have any public comments in the email. I did receive a email from Ms. Barella saying there were no public comments in the mail. I don't know if there's anybody in, I'm looking at people in the in attendance, if there was any that had any public comment. I don't see any. Okay. Then we'll move on and we'll, thank you. So with that, we'll move on and we'll reports from city departments, APD, IA Professionally Standards Division, Acting Commander Mark Landavaso.
Good evening, board and chair. Thanks for having me this evening. So we were provided a report from Internal Affairs Professional Standards for the month of December 2022. We had a total number of cases completed this month of 42. It was a high output in terms of cases going out. This month we opened 25 cases. We had area command cases opened for the month. We're a total of 26. And that gives us a total of 47 pending cases for the month. We had 0 cases mediated, as always. We also provided a list of discipline imposed for cases which were closed for the month of December, and I stand for any questions.
Are there any questions from the board?
The only one, and this is kind of a general question, you may not even have the answer for this, officer, and I apologize, but I'll just ask it anyway. Where do you see that trending? Is that up or down?
In terms of active cases, Member Nixon? Yeah, we are we're trending down right now in terms of intake. It tends to be quite seasonal. It follows the season. As it gets colder out, we have less interactions, less calls for service, thus less internal affairs requests. So we're right on par where we usually are, sir.
Understood. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
So Acting Commander Landavaso, are you saying, just to sum it up, we have more crime in the summer when people are outside rather than in the winter when they don't want to be cold committing crime?
Member French, I don't mean to make that that astute observation, but it seems to be the trend.
Okay, all righty, thank you. So we'll move on with the IA Force Division, Commander Scott Norris.
Good evening, everybody. I just want to report on just a couple things that are going on in IAFD as opposed to maybe force numbers being up or down. I know that And first of all, I want to thank Valerie for helping me out today. I did send her kind of what I feel is a relatively late email, and in the future that won't happen again. I'll send you guys. I'll send that to you earlier, Valerie, in the week, so it's not so last minute. It's actually just kind of a thought I had at the last minute. So as opposed to just presenting you with the PowerPoint slide, what we did is we blasted that out via email to see if you guys had any specific questions about those slides that I can answer. But just a couple things going on in IAFD. So for the past 3 weeks, we've had 0 violations of the process narrative. And for those of you who don't know what the process narrative is, it is basically how we do our investigations, and it mimics what our SOP tells us to do. And if you're familiar with the CASA, our SOP pretty much mirrors what the CASA wants us to do for our investigations. So we've had no violations of that process narrative. So that's basically saying that every point in that investigation relative to what SOP mandates and CASA mandates is being hit in those investigations. What's even better is for the month of December, we were in just over 97% in compliance with the process narrative, which is really good. So it's something that we've been kind of hammering away and really stressing, that I've been stressing with my subordinates, because I mean, the way that I see it is with several paragraphs within the settlement agreement, it dictates how we do our investigations. If we can show, the magic number of 95% compliance with that, we're in operational compliance with those specific paragraphs, which is going to increase our overall operational compliance. So it's a good sign. It's something that we keep kind of hammering away at our detectives. The other thing is, and I don't know if you guys are aware, but we have submitted a new use of force policy with some changes from our last one. And that's been approved, I believe, by the monitor and by the DOJ. So we're just getting ready to roll out the training on that and then publish that. So those are the things that are going on that are, I think, of more significance than just force numbers right now within IAFD. But if you all took a look at the PowerPoint presentation, I'll stand for any questions relative to the PowerPoint and relative to the update that I just gave you.
And Scott, that would have been the PowerPoint that was just sent out?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The question that I have is this, and this is kind of a question I've had for a while, because my assumption is that since the CASA is here, a lot of the things that you guys are adhering to, I think you alluded to the 95% of compliance that you're now accomplishing. My question is, in doing those compliances, and this could be your opinion, I take your opinion as kind of a professional opinion because you are a law enforcement officer. Do those compliances help in what you're trying to do in doing your job, in officers doing your job? Do you see that as a help or a hindrance in any way to comply?
No, I see it as
Not saying, say again?
Well, let me ask you this. Can you be a little bit more specific in terms of, are we talking about IAFD, Internal Affairs Force Division, doing their job, or are we talking about the officers out on the street doing their job?
I want to say both, and I don't have a problem with you answering any way you deem necessary. But what I'm trying to do is understand the correlation between your adherence to the CASA, the 95% compliance, and that outcome of a positive outcome as far as how work is being done at this point when it comes to law enforcement in the city.
Sure. No, I see it as a positive outcome because, I mean, we all know that, the CASA is based, it's centered, it's rooted in constitutional policing. Mm-hmm. So if we are, our officers are adhering, because we're trending at about 6% of our uses of force, between 5 and 7%. So I'll just give you the average of 6%, right? As kind of just a general term. Of 6% of our uses of force, whether they're level 1, I'm just going to speak for level 2s and 3s that are out of policy. So that means that 94% of the uses of force that we are engaging in, the actual use of force itself is found to be in policy, which I think translates over into constitutional policing and making sure that we are respecting the Fourth Amendment right of all of our citizens. It helps IAFD do our job, that process narrative, because for lack of a better term, it kind of keeps us honest. And that's exactly what it is. It's a process. And the important thing about that is processes have to outlive personnel, and they have to outlive me. When I'm gone, right? When these sergeants are gone within IAFD, these lieutenants, deputy commanders, and detectives, we're gone. But those processes remain. And if those processes are adhered to, then we can sustain, and they're adhered to strictly, we can sustain that compliance rating. Does that answer your question, sir?
It definitely does, because a lot of times when we look at it, especially with the news, and some of the trends and statistics and metrics that are reported, it's almost like you get a one-sided. It's one-sided, and it's also tends to be a little. You don't have context for everything that you see. For example, there are times when you'll see a trend where it looks like use of forces are higher, or it's increasing. We know that New Mexico is in the top either 3 or 5 when it comes to shootings and things like that. But there's a narrative there. And so I think that sitting on the board, where that narrative starts for keeping the public protected, safe, and I include officers when we talk about safety in the public, okay? The question always comes to me is like, okay, Department of Justice is here. They've laid down the law. There's the cost of this here. Is there that brand of reform actually happening, and what the return on investment is, not just for officers, but also for the public being safer?
Sure. And I think you can kind of also have a direct correlation to maybe the amount of officers that we've hired since the CASA has kind of come into effect, because they didn't, let's call them pre-CASA officers that are still here. I think it was a little bit different and a little bit more difficult for them to adhere to these policies, because it was something that was completely different than how we were used to operating. When you bring in a new officer that doesn't have any frame of reference relative to how we used to do things, it's a lot easier to get them to adhere to those policies. I mean, if you look at it this way, teaching somebody how to shoot a firearm, right? I'm a firearms instructor. I would rather teach somebody who's never picked up a gun in their life, because I don't have to break anybody's bad habits, and I don't have to get them to unlearn things. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah.
It does. Totally understand that. Thank you, Scott.
Yes, sir.
Does anybody else on the board have any questions? I have a couple, Scott. So you said that you're 95% compliant right now, and that's terrific. I mean, I was at the last hearing, and APD got some great reviews from the monitor on some issues. Now, in your IA investigations, what is the major change that you can see in those investigations that brought about this 95% compliance?
Well, it's and I just want to be clear. Remember, it's a very, very small window of this 95% compliance, right? I mean, it took us a while to get here. I mean, when I got here in June, we were somewhere in maybe the 60% compliance with that process narrative. And, we've slowly just kind of chipped away at it all the way up to the 95% compliance. So, and what it is, it dictates how we do our investigations. The evidence that we are relying on, the objective evidence that we are relying on to make a call of in or out of policy relative to preponderance of evidence standard. Okay. And it's really just an understanding these detectives and these investigators, the more experience that they get and the more that we, train, coach, and mentor them, they understand not only that mentoring and that coaching, but they understand through failure right? They understand through, previous failures that they've had and us correcting those failures. They understand through the experience that they get. And by seeing these things and being able to see, a use of force or something that happened within a use of force, use of force event, and being able to analyze that correctly to policy, because that's what we're doing, right? We're analyzing it to policy. This is what the officer did. Does that comply with our standards of minimal, proportional, reasonable, and objective, or objectively reasonable? So that's, I think it's a combination of a lot of things. It's these detectives and these investigators gaining more experience, us being able to correct something early in the process. I think that, the communication that we have from commander on down to the detectives and investigators, to include EFIT, and making sure that there are those open lines of communication when it comes to specific investigations, and really just kind of being honed in on it. One thing I think that's really helped, to tell you the truth, is we changed. We have something called the investigative plan that we follow, right? So it's basically a way to organize the investigation and setting specific management controls and deadlines for these officers, to make sure that they're doing everything that is in line with the process narrative. Well, before, that responsibility fell on the detective. We changed that around, because it's the detective's job to execute the investigation, but it's the sergeant's job to direct that investigation. So that investigative plan now falls on the sergeant. It's the sergeant's responsibility. We made some tweaks to it, in terms of just prioritizing certain things within the investigation, ensuring deadlines are set and that they are met. And I think that's really kind of helped with process narrative and getting in compliance with that. And we started changing that up around July. We ran a pilot plan with 2 sergeants and 2 squads. And it was a pilot project for 3 months. And we saw some real positive results on it. And relative to those positive results, we rolled that out to the rest of the division. So now you see, from in June, when we're at 66% compliance with the process narrative, and now in December and January, we're trending at 95% compliance. I think that speaks to this investigative plan that's promoting and forcing our first line supervisors to have very, very close oversight over every investigation that comes through our division. You're muted, ma'am.
Totally agree with you. It starts at the beginning, at the very first, at the sergeant. But I have one other question. Back to what you said about use of force. You said you had some policy changes to the use of force changes. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am. So the new use of force policy suite, it was up for review. We reviewed it. There are some changes that have been made, and those got approved through the Department of Justice, as well as the independent monitoring team.
Okay, the reason I was asking you, because the last time they had changes to use of force, or serious use of force, it came to the board for our, in fact, we had a big meeting with all the stakeholders, and everybody weighed in, and we gave our recommendations. And I don't remember any changes to use of force coming before the board. I'll go back and look at it, but I don't remember those ever coming to the board. And I think it's per the ordinance. Any changes to that should, that the board gets to weigh in on that and make recommendations.
Sure. Well, just the way I can't, I wish I could give you a reason why that didn't happen if it has not happened. I know that we write the policy and then we send it up to the parties through IMT and DOJ, and and you'll have to excuse my ignorance on it. I don't know who the responsibility falls on to ensure that you got that the CPOA gets to see those policies. We write it. I finish my portion. We send it up, and then they do what it is that they do in terms of getting approval through all the parties. So it's definitely something that we can bring to the attention of the executive staff to see if that was done, when it was done, who it was sent to take a look at that.
Now, do you
Okay,
ever,
and
brief-
excuse
do you
me, go
ever
ahead,
brief
Eric.
these findings? I'm sorry. Do you ever brief your findings and your outcomes in internal meetings or anything like that? Does the chief get briefed on those outcomes when you guys are doing pilots and making changes and adjustments?
My executive, well, my direct supervisor does, and then the chief is informed through they have executive staff meetings every month. So I would venture to say that yes, being as though it's kind of such a big piece of the CASA in terms of us trying to get to operational compliance, the force piece. I mean, it's us really, I mean, the biggest chunk of the paragraphs that we have are, a lot of them are related to CIT, right? Force training and, internal affairs investigations. So those types of things, the chief has to be kept in the loop about because of, just the gravity of those as it relates to the CASA.
Gotcha. And good. It's a very good point. Patty, the reason I bring this up is because in the 3 years I've been on this board, there's this public perception sometimes that the CASA's here. APD didn't want the CASA here. There are changes being recommended and somewhat demanded, and APD doesn't want anything of those changes. So there's this real rigid kind of perception that may not necessarily be fair. For transparency's sake, I think that if we could come up with a way for a briefing of the changes that APD is not just willing to do, but takes it upon themselves to do, not just in accordance with the CASA, but because they're trying to make things better for the city as well as for themselves, and that dovetailing into what it is we do as a board, and having them be able to present that at a forum such as this one to inform the public of things that they're actually doing to help the situation, not to hinder it. They're not just, oh, our police union says we don't have to do this, we don't have to do it. I think that it would be good for us to know that it's not just APDs, oh, they're not doing this, they're only doing what the CASA is asking them to do. No, there may be some proactive things that are going on, to Scott's point, within APD that the public is not aware of, that is actually making the public safer, the community safer. And I think that there should be a forum for them to be able to express that so that there's that connection. I know that we have CPCs, for example, and there are briefings that go with CPCs, but it's not just the monitor coming out and briefing on what the outcome is on the CASA this month. It should be, or this quarter or whatever, it should be also APD having an opportunity to say, okay, based on this, these are our efforts and this is how we're complying. I don't know that we have that forum in this venue, in this perspective for the community, other than the IMR report that we can download. Does that make sense, Scott?
Yes, it does.
You guys are doing stuff. We want to know that. We want to know that because that's to your credit, and I think you deserve to be credited for the things that you guys are trying to do, so that we can understand we're kind of all in this together. So when you guys are doing those kind of things, we need to know that too. That needs to be taken into consideration. Good, bad, or indifferent needs to be taken into consideration.
Sure, I appreciate that.
I totally agree. I totally agree. So we definitely can look into that. I agree. So, and also I want to say, Commander North, I really appreciated your PowerPoint that you sent to us. It was very informative. It gave us the whole year. I thought it was an excellent PowerPoint. And I just had one more question on the Valley one where it says PTC. So for people who don't know, so when you say that, you're talking about the prisoner transport, right?
Did you say PTC is in Paul, Tom, Charles?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I think, okay. Because it didn't actually happen in the field out there. It happened at the prisoner transport. And
Yes.
Okay. And is that still right on Roma still?
Yeah, it's right across from the
Okay.
main police station.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I just want to say that was I really appreciated that PowerPoint. It was very informative.
Good, I'm glad.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And we'll move on to the last item for APD, and that's the quarterly crash report board presentation, and that's with Sergeant Benito Martinez.
Good afternoon, everybody. I
Hello.
believe everybody has the PowerPoint that I sent out.
Val, could you put that, could somebody screen share?
Chair French, Katrina's hosting, but share screen is enabled if he wants to share it.
Katrina,
should
could
be
you
able-
pull that up for us? Or can you pull it up, Sergeant Martinez?
Yeah, let me try and get there.
Okay.
Can you guys see it?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, let me go back to the beginning. Okay, so we're gonna go over the crash review board updates and numbers for the second quarter. The two categories that we look at for payout and all the other things that we do, third-party claim payouts related to bodily injury and property damage. Then we have the first-party claim payouts related to damage to city property. These usually are the single vehicles of officers crashing into fixed objects, curbs, damage to the city vehicle, which is usually the most expensive. The crash review board is composed of the traffic commander, the traffic lieutenant, a motor sergeant, and a motor officer. All these individuals are crash reconstruction certified. The operations, we also have the operations review fleet detective sit in there with us, as well as the APD safety officer, Frank Galinas, sits in there with us. We review these crash reports. If there's photographs attached to them, sometimes they are, sometimes they're not, depending on who puts them together. We'll look at them. If the officer chooses to call in to give a statement of what exactly happened, we let them call in and we get their side of the story. The categories that we look at for all these crashes are going to be a non-preventable crash, a preventable crash, and then a non-crash, some type of a directed activity or some trained method of stopping a vehicle. The crash review board will also identify employees who have had 2 or more preventable crashes within the past 12 months. And if we do, we report that back to their chain of command, and then their chain of command will deal with any type of discipline if there is going to be discipline. So for non-preventable crashes for the second quarter, we have 41, which is actually higher than the first quarter. Preventable crashes for the second quarter, we have 32, which is also up quite a bit. We have been noticing a lot of our PSAs are crashing. So we've now implemented through their PSA Academy that they get some type of driving instruction to help curb these numbers. So we're hoping to start trending down, hopefully, fingers crossed. For non-crashes, directed activities or type of maneuver to stop a vehicle, we've had 4. With officers who've been identified to have 1 or more in the 12-month period, there's 7. 7 officers have been identified. Third-party claim payouts for the second quarter. I've had 29 claims of $150,833.43. For the first party claim payouts, we've had 53 claims, $279,773.92. We still, obviously, these haven't changed since I've been doing this. I think the last 3 quarters that I've done it, backing up, officers running into fixed objects and the front end collisions. A lot of times these are like rear end collisions, but it's the front of the vehicle. So we're considering it a front end collision. And also, since I've been doing this, there hasn't been any type of drug or alcohol impairments been involved in any of these crashes that we've reviewed. That'll be the end of that. Do you guys have any questions?
Does anybody from the board have any questions?
I do. Just as a recommendation, I know you probably didn't put this totally together, Officer Martinez, but
Yeah.
if we could, if we do have briefings like this, if you could put the slide number on the bottom, maybe bottom right, bottom left somewhere. And the only reason I say that is because let's say I wanted to refer back to a slide, I would annotate which slide number it is and then ask to go back to that if I had a question. And I do have a question about I think it was the third slide, and I apologize if I get it wrong. But that third, yeah, it was the one where you had it listed the types of crashes that were being briefed on this. I think that might be it. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
The question I had was pit maneuvers. Which category do these fall under?
A pit maneuver would be a non-crash.
Non-crash. Okay.
Non-crash. Yeah,
Okay.
it's an actual technique, a trained technique to immobilize a vehicle.
And forgive my ignorance on that, because that's probably the only maneuver that I know of. You guys might have
No
more,
worries
but
at
that's
all.
the only one I know. So okay.
And
So
to
that's-
Eric, to add to that, Eric, a pit maneuver is also considered a level 3 use of force.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Yes.
And
So
it
we
would
investigate
show up
those.
on the use of force report and statistics if it was, correct?
Yes, it would show
Just
up
like
on.
K9, I think K9 and some others fall under, okay.
Yeah,
Got
yeah.
it.
So pits are level 3 uses of force, and anything above 35 miles per hour is considered
Right.
deadly force.
Right. And then Scott, the next question I have kind of just to, it'll illustrate what I mean by, those positive trends and wanting to know about those. So on the next slide, if you go down to the next slide, you had the count by quarter of how many crashes there were on one of those slides. And I apologize again. I think it may have been slide 6 or 7. Okay, go back one more. Thank you. So Scott, you'll see in Q2 where you have 32, and then you have in Q3, you have a drop to 18,
Mhm.
and then it's 19, 19. Like, just as a curiosity, I look at that and say, okay, 32 to 18, that's pretty good. That's moving in the right direction. The less crashes, the crash is better, right?
Mhm.
The question I would have at that point was, did you guys implement any changes or adjustments to your training that you can contribute to the decrease in the number of crashes between Q2 and Q3?
As it relates to use of force, I would say no.
Okay.
Just because it really doesn't, these crashes are, unless it's completely intentional, as if they're using their weapon as a vehicle, their vehicle as a weapon, which I can't recall a time that we've ever used our weapon as a vehicle or vehicle as a weapon. That wouldn't really fall into kind of the purview under IAFD.
Okay, now just to clarify, I've never thought of a pit maneuver as using the car, the unit as a weapon, but also to prevent or to stop an assailant from either doing further damage or damaging the public or just stopping them, period. Is that correct?
No. Yeah, and we don't necessarily consider it a weapon. When I'm talking about a weapon, I'm talking about, what all of us would traditionally think of as a weapon. They're ramming their car, and a pit maneuver is not a ram, but they're ramming their car into somebody and using that vehicle as maybe an improvised weapon, relative to the circumstances that officer is facing at the time. Okay.
Understood. Thank you. And yeah, that Q2 to Q3 is a pretty good jump in the right direction. So I thought that was noteworthy to say what's going on there. That's all I had, Patty. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Do any of the other board members have questions? Okay, if not, thank you, Sergeant Benito Martinez. I appreciate that. That was a good one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We'll move on to City Council. Chris Sylvan.
Good morning. Good evening, Chair French, Honorable Board, Chris Sylvan, Albuquerque City Council. I only have one item to report, and I realized that you had a whole special meeting on it on Monday, but 022-67 amendments to that ordinance, the Civilian Police Oversight Agency ordinance and the board ordinance will be heard at the city council next Wednesday, January 18th at 5 p.m. With that, I stand for questions. I'm sure I have plenty that will be coming my way.
Does anybody on the board have any questions? The only question I have for you, Chris, is the board notified if there's any amendments to the amendment?
Chair French, board, those discussions are pretty much between the sponsors and the legislation that's being written. So long and short of it, no.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on, Chris, to the next item, Public Safety Committee.
Public Safety Committee meeting. There has not been a Public Safety Committee meeting since, I believe, November. The one in December was canceled, and the one that was supposed to be on Tuesday was canceled as well. We do not know who's going to be the new chair of the Public Safety Committee meeting yet. I mean, Public Safety Committee yet, just because they just voted in new council president, and it's Pat Davis is the council president and Renee Grout's the vice president, but they haven't made committee assignments yet. But those will be coming out real soon. And that's
Okay.
the PSC committee report.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. I don't see Pastor Walker here. And so we'll go to City Attorney, Mr. Pacheco.
And good evening, Honorable Board. As Mr. Sylvan talked about, the ordinance amendments are up for consideration on next Wednesday. The other item of discussion is I reached out to you, Chair French, about a list for the serious use of force cases. And so if we can get an update on the cases that are planned on being reviewed, we can make sure that those materials are prepared. And then finally, I think Ms. McDermott had made some inquiries about certain items, and I owe her a couple of memos on I think appeals and then some functions in the absence of an executive director. And so I know that those are pending. I apologize that I didn't get those to her in time for this meeting, but things got a little crazy at the office, and I had a little brief illness last week. But anyway, let me see if there was anything else that I needed to touch on. I think that's all I have right now. I'll stand for questions.
Okay, Mr. Pacheco, anything that has to do with appeals or anything the board's involved in, would you please CC our board attorney on those?
Of course. Yes, ma'am.
On any request or any information, please. And I will get you that list of serious use of force cases.
Thank you.
I did see your email, and I will let you know because if this goes through, these amendments go through next Wednesday,
Yeah.
there won't be a board, so we won't be reviewing those.
Oh, understood. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
All right. So I'll get you the ones that we may be reviewing. Okay.
thank you.
All right. Thanks. With that, we'll go on to CPC. Is Mr. Mensa Kelly, is he on the call? I did not see him. No, he is not. Okay. So we're going to go back to, I'm sorry, I left out APOA, but Mr. Willoughby is not here, nor a representative from APOA. So we'll go back to item 6, appeal hearing on 065-22. Katrina, is the appellate here?
Yes, Chair French. Would you like me to let her in? Or...
Yes, please.
There you go.
Is she in? Don't see
Looks
her.
like the audio is connecting.
audio, yeah.
Okay.
It looks like it's connected now, Chair French.
Miss Garnan, are you there? Because we can't see you or hear you.
Let me try sending a chat to see.
Okay, we have the video, but we don't have the audio yet. Can you see if her audio is working, Katrina?
Yes, I'm sending her messages, letting her know. Let me
Okay, thank you.
Looks like she has audio, Chair French, if she can just ask her.
Hello?
There she is.
Hi, can
Hello.
you hear me?
We can.
Sorry, this is the first time I've used the Zoom app, so was a little confused getting in.
Okay, my name is Patricia French and I chair this board. So I want to explain how the process works, how the appeal works, okay? So
Okay,
you'll have 15 minutes to do your presentation to us. Then 5 minutes for the officer, 10 minutes for APD if they have anything to say, 10 minutes for the agency or their designee, the director or whoever it is, and then 5 minutes for you to refute, rebut anything that you feel like needs to be said again. And then we'll go into executive session to discuss it. We will have a timekeeper. Ms. Barella, will you be timekeeping
That's
on
correct.
the 15 on the 15 minutes and the time? Okay, Ms. Barella will let you know when the time is up, but we do, but you can start right now. Your time will start when you start speaking and you have 15 minutes.
okay. Well, I received the findings of the investigation of Investigator Rodriguez. And like I said, all the officers involved were exonerated, of course. And what I wanted to say is that through reading their testimony, I went through all the lapel videos that have been made available to me by even your office's lapel videos. And it's just a total contradiction. You know, all of the officers, they stated how suspicious the scene was. There was footprints in blood. They lost, of course, the only person that was inside the apartment when my son died, supposedly. And throughout the entire, every video, the same things. I mean, there was bloody footprints all over the apartment. And then in the end, your officers just they stated, oh, it wasn't suspicious. And that's what I don't understand is the half truths. You know, if anybody watching the videos can see that, can see how suspicious it is, the position my son was in. And even like I said, the testimony they give through the videos, it's just obvious that that something wasn't right. And I just feel that the officers neglected to do their duty as diligently as they should have, because that was my son. That was my son's body there. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? You know, and I just.
I do, go ahead.
Okay, no, go ahead, you can go ahead.
No, so I just want to clarify a little right here. So I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying about the investigation, but I guess what we're looking for is specifics. You know, like if you read the investigation, you said there was contradictory testimony, that sort of thing. Do you
Correct.
have that?
Yes, I do. In the video that is, all the videos are pretty much labeled the same. But in the video that's 34 minutes and 19 seconds long, there's specifics. At 1 minute and 58 seconds in, the officer states, "You better hope this isn't a 31 because we lost that chick and we're all gonna look like beep."
Ms. Kennard,
Yes.
I can't even listen to this without, I just have to say this. First and foremost, you have my condolences.
Thank you.
My condolences, my condolences. I'm so sorry for your loss. I can only imagine what it is being a father, and I'm so sorry. I just have to say that before we continue, okay?
Thank you. I thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay, go ahead. So you said 34.19 and what exactly? word did
In
you
the
say?
video that's 34 minutes and 19 seconds long, 1 minute and 58 seconds in, the female
Okay.
officer, and I believe she's the training officer, she's training the young man, states, "You better hope this isn't a 31 because we lost that chick and we're all gonna look like beep," which is the SHIT word. We're all gonna look like, you could listen to yourself. And then 2 minutes and 30 seconds into the same video, she says, "We should have followed that dude. He would have took us to where that chick's at." In the same video at 16 minutes and 15 seconds in, an officer comes out and is telling the other officers that blood is concerning. It's not purge. It's not vomit. It's not like when people overdose. He's explaining to one of the officers that did not look like purge. It was not purge. It looked like an arterial bleed is what they said. So, I mean, all through the entire video. And then also in that same video, the 34:19, at 33 minutes and 24 seconds in, the officers are talking together in the car and they said, "We should have detained her. We could have detained her." They were talking about my daughter, stating that they wouldn't detain her because she wasn't suspicious. But the first girl that put herself in the apartment when my son died, yeah, with a fake name, Champagne, they said we could have detained her. We could have put handcuffs on her. That is exactly what the two officers said. And that's at 33 minutes and 50 seconds in. So you start at 33:24 and you go 33:50 is when she says, "Yeah, we could have detained her. I would have definitely forced her to stay." Yeah, that's the one I don't have. So it just goes on and on about the blood all over the apartment. Let me see exactly what seconds that is. And that's at the 21 minute, the 21-minute video. I believe it's Officer Copeland. At 5 minutes in, there's footprints in blood. At 7 minutes in, he goes and checks the young lady's shoes. And he says, the position is weird. And there's footprints all over it in blood. You know, so, and then, yeah, like I said, and 15 minutes and 16 seconds, Sergeant, the lady, the female officer, who I believe is a sergeant, but I'm not sure. She starts making jokes. She's laughing and joking around. And it was appalling. It was appalling to see. You know, it really was. My whole family had to see both my daughters, myself, my oldest son. The whole thing was suspicious. Yet the officers, I felt, were more concerned with protecting their own behinds than making sure my son received the justice that he deserved. Because we don't know what happened to him. It's always funny. We don't know exactly what happened to him. You know, but I've heard several parents talk about the same thing. I hear it every day, all the time. We think it was suspicious. They called it an overdose. That's what happened to my son. That's what they said about my daughter. I hear it all the time. And I believe the position my son was in, the officers say it themselves. The blood and the position is weird at 10 minutes and 21 seconds into the 21-minute video. 12 minutes in, the whole thing is weird. Yeah, so, you know, and then throughout their testimony by your investigator, all they say is, oh, it wasn't suspicious. It wasn't suspicious. It wasn't suspicious. Well, that's not what the video states.
Okay. So let me get this straight. So you're saying that, just let me ask you this, and I don't want to take up your 15 minutes. But what you're saying is that the video says the officers are saying this, but the investigation says that it was not suspicious or weird. Is that what you said? I didn't catch your last statement. I'm sorry.
Yes, yes. Throughout the videos, the lapel videos, and I watched 25 individual lapel videos more than once. In all of the videos, the officers go on and on about how suspicious it is, the position of the body, the thickness and color of the blood, the footprints, you know, in blood, the drops of blood that are throughout the apartment, the girl that took off the collar, and her girlfriend was there too, which she said she left for work and mustn't have noticed the body on the ground. And the cops are just like, oh, okay, hold tight. You know, it's like, it's just, it was absolutely, it's like I said, it was appalling. It was appalling to watch. You know, all I'm saying is that they should have acted with diligence, and they should have, you know, it was my son. That was my son on the ground there. That was my child. He was 22 years old. And like I said, the one witness, they just let her go. They could have given my family a lot of closure, a lot of answers, but they half behind it. They just did the bare minimum and then tried to cover their behinds when they did lose the only person present while and when he was dying.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll move on. And is any of the officers present? Katrina, I'm not sure, or Ms. Varela?
Chair French, I'm sorry, Commander Waits is going to speak now.
Okay, so APD, go ahead. That's 10 minutes for APD.
So Chair French, no, none of the officers are here for this hearing.
Wow.
As Mr. Nixon said, Ms. Garnett, sorry for your loss. I can't imagine that shock. Just in brief, as the misconduct reviewer, my job is to review the findings of the investigation that was conducted by the CPOA investigator and either concur or no concur. And in this case, I concurred with the findings of the investigator. I will also add that OMI has the Office of Medical Investigations has responsibility for the scene. So some of that information ultimately comes from OMI about the quality of the blood, for example, and not from APD. That's all I have, Chair French.
Would you say that again? I didn't understand quite. What did you say about OMI and their responsibility?
So, for example, referring to the blood, Office of Medical Investigations has responsibility to determine what that is. So if you watch videos further, and I know Ms. Garnon watched this, OMI comes in, their investigator moves the victim and confirms on scene from her limited perspective. And I wouldn't want to speak for OMI, but from my reviewing that video, she believes that it's what is referred to as purge at that time, and she did not see anything suspicious. For example, an injury to the victim at that time. And some pictures were taken by both the OMI investigator and the Albuquerque Police Department criminalistics investigator at that time. But I concurred with the board's investigator.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt, but you were saying the criminalistics from APD, those were the people that came out and were talking about the consistency of the blood. Those were the investigators from APD, not the OMI, but those ones who took pictures and came to the scene that were also
Okay,
considered
Miss Garnett, we will give you your rebuttal time. Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know how it works.
Yes. This is the time for APD and the officer, and then we will give you 5 minutes for rebuttal. Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Sure. Commander Waits, I just had one question for you. From me watching, I watched it several times, right? And when you said that it was OMI or was the crime scene specialist that moved the body? I guess I couldn't see their jackets.
Yeah, it was the OMI investigator who actually moved the body. And from my understanding, that's consistent. So it would be OMI who moves the body in that kind of a situation. And then, so there's two, I'm trying to think of the video in my head. So there's two women standing in that living room area. The one that's furthest away from the camera, closest to the wall, is the OMI investigator. She has on kind of a black jacket, and she's the one who actually moves the body. Then the criminalistics investigator from APD steps up and takes some additional photos. So it was actually OMI that moves and confirms what she believes is purge, I believe is the term she uses. I'm not a homicide investigator or a death scene investigator, so I'm only speaking based on what I saw in the video.
Okay, thank you. I watched it several times and I couldn't tell from their jacket whether it was the crime scene specialist, CSS, or okay. Thank you.
No, it was OMI.
It was OMI. Okay. So we have 10 minutes from the agency, and since the executive director position is vacant or their designee, is the lead investigator or the investigator here to speak on behalf of the agency?
Chair French.
I'm sorry, what'd you say? Katrina, I couldn't hear you.
Just due to the director that makes the findings is no longer with the agency, and the board materials have been sent to the board to make its assessment. So no one from the agency is here to speak.
Okay, well, I wasn't just talking of findings. I was talking about, this is their chance to explain or talk about their investigation. So it could have been there or the lead investigator or the investigator. Okay, so Ms. Garner, we will, this is your 5 minutes for rebuttal. You're muted.
Yeah, I'm unmuted now. I'm sorry, I had to press it. I would just like to say that it would have been great to get the photographs from APD's criminalistics, but those were destroyed. So no one else could even view those photos. And in all the investigation, there wasn't one picture of a bloody footprint taken. There wasn't one piece of evidence entered by any officer. If it was a drug overdose, well, they said there was paraphernalia. They didn't enter one piece of evidence. There's not one picture of a bloody footprint, if that's the investigation that my son received. Furthermore, I've spoken to countless parents, I've countless people in the community, and they were absolutely as angry and appalled as I was at the investigation that was given to my son through APD and the OMI. I do hold OMI responsible as well as APD. I'm talking about, I know the scene isn't their responsibility to, investigate the, the pathology, but it is their job to find witnesses, to make sure witnesses are secured, to get the whole story, get as much information as they can, and to get as much evidence as they can as to if that was an overdose, or so that's what they believed it was. So I'm just saying that that's where they fell short. is that they did not work diligently and as seriously as they should in the investigation of my son's death. Okay, and as far as he said about purge, I've gone into purge and I've talked to other pathologists about purge. Purge happens in the latter stages of decomposition. Even my son was dead a few hours, and it was a lot of blood if you were on the scene. And I believe seasoned APD officers that say that is not purge, that doesn't look like purge. I take their testimony into account as well, because they've been on scene plenty of times, and I trust that they know what they're talking about. Personal opinion.
Thank you. All right. And with that, we will go in for closed discussion for deliberation. So is there a motion by the board to go into closed session for discussion?
So moved.
There's a second?
Second.
I'll second it. Okay, thank you. Ms. Barella, will you take the roll?
Chair French,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Wartell.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Katrina, are you going to provide breakout rooms for us, or how? Thank you. And is there a motion to come out of closed discussion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Ms. Barella, will you call the roll?
Chair French,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Wartail.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
And for the record, there was nothing discussed in closed session except for CPC 065-22. And with that, is there a motion?
So moved.
No, I'm asking for a motion.
A motion to,
Of what, a motion that we're coming, well, we already had a motion to come out of closed session. Now for the motion of the board's decision.
oh. Okay, here we go. I make a motion to reveal the findings and come out of the closed session to discuss the findings of the appeal.
I think we already did that, Eric.
Okay. So I think I can just go in and start discussing, right?
Correct.
Right, make the motion.
I make the motion to start discussing the findings. I'm gonna need a moment though. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the inconvenience on that. Anyway. I'm back.
Okay, we're ready for you to make a motion on the decisions made.
So this is the motion
deliberation.
that I make on the decisions made. I make a motion to basically on the appeal to kind of go against the findings of there are inconsistencies or go against the findings of the board, or excuse me, of the agency on this particular case. And that's as evidenced by with SOP 1.1.5.8.1. I don't have to read all of them, but some of the SOPs, but we're going to go against those findings. So that's the motion I make, and I will explain that if we can get that motion passed.
I second that motion.
We have a motion and a second discussion. Go ahead, Eric. You said you had more.
Have to vote on it.
No,
Oh, no, we have a motion and a second. We can have discussion now.
Okay. So basically, what our findings are is that there are inconsistencies between what the findings are of the investigation and what was seen as the evidence, as well as the testimony of Ms. Gennard. And so I'm basing that on these SOPs that I'll read, and then I'll explain that. SOP 1.1.5.A.1, treating the public with respect. I believe in professionalism, and let me read that just for the record so that I'm reading it consistently. Grab that here. This SOP states that the department personnel shall treat the public with respect, courtesy, and professionalism at all times. Okay, so with that said, to Ms. Gennard's points that she made in her testimony, there were certain behaviors and things that are in question as far as that's concerned. Primarily, just the situation and the scenario, but also just that the treatment that she felt at some point. So I think it bears looking back at that and getting an understanding of where those breakdowns may have occurred based on the evidence that was presented, but also of the appeal and of the testimony on the appeal. Okay. SOP 2.21, point 5, point B, point 1, point A, point B, point I, point C, point D, point E, securing the crime scene. And that SOP states that the officers will be responsible for securing the scene and conducting the investigation, conduct a preliminary investigation, take statements if witnesses are present, and request OMI to respond to the scene request or CSS. Okay, so in looking at the securing the crime scene, there were a couple of things that we noted. One of the first ones was securing the witnesses at this point, and that was questionable when we looked into that. The other piece of it was looking at evidence around the crime scene, such as footprints and so on and so forth. We kind of felt like, or looking at the evidence and looking at what has happened, that the crime scene was not necessarily secured in that appropriate manner. And to the OBRD, there were comments made by the officers that there's some shoulda, coulda, woulda things that happened that they should have done. So that brought into question, okay, how secure was that crime scene and what did you do? Even whether it violated or not, I think it warrants another investigation to take a look at that and see where the breakdown was as far as that was concerned. Okay, and then SOP 2-73. Did I get that right, Angela? Is it 2-73? I did. Okay, thank you. 2-73 evidence, and this is kind of pointing to that part of the SOP where we're talking about evidence disposition. We kind of found it kind of odd that there weren't any pictures, or if those pictures were destroyed. Since looking at this SOP, we were looking at even a misdemeanor has a requirement for that record to be retained, those pictures to be retained, that information to be retained for at least 3 years. So since we're within the 3 years for at least a misdemeanor, another question was, okay, where are those pictures if those are available, and how did those get destroyed if they were destroyed, if it was by mistake or whatever's going on? I think we need to look further into that. And I wanted to go to the board. Is there anything else that I missed? I apologize. I know I went kind of quick on that. I thought there was one more. Okay. Great. So
Well, I will
based on,
just say, excuse me,
Go
I'll
ahead.
just say, if any other board member finds any other SOP violation that they believe occurred, they will let member Nixon know. But those are all that we have at this time.
Okay.
Go ahead, Eric. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're great. Thank you. And so that's all I had. If there are any questions for me or anything, I comment at this point.
Lawyer Gooch, is that a proper motion?
Chair French, Member Wartell, which one? The one that Member Nixon did? Or
Yes.
the request? Yes, the motion that Member Nixon did, which I believe was to overrule the agency's finding with the reasoning that he laid out is a proper motion with a second. And if there's more discussion, the board's free to have that,
Thank
or
you.
it can vote.
Is there any more discussion? If not, Ms. Barella, will you take the roll?
Chair French,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Wortel.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. And we'll move on to item 7, appeal hearing on CPC 123-22. Is the appellant here?
Oh, Ms. Kennard is still here.
Mhm.
Did we need to address her in any way, or?
I don't think so.
I don't think so, other than Ms. Gennard, I just want to tell you on behalf of the board, you do have our condolences about losing your son.
Oh, you're on mute.
You're
I'm sorry.
muted.
Thank you. I appreciate that. He was a great guy. But I appreciate you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sure.
Okay,
Take care.
bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Is anyone here for CPC 123-22?
Yes, Patty, they are joining right now.
Okay, thank you.
Chair French, the screen, you'll see Alexa Brown. She is with Mr. Frederickson.
She's with who?
She's with Mr. Frederickson. Eric
Okay.
Frederickson is the complainant.
Yes, okay. Hello, how are you? I just want to explain the appeal process.
Yeah.
And can you hear me correctly? Because you're fading in and out, and I don't know if it's the background or.
Yeah, we can
Can
hear.
you?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Okay. So this is how our appeal hearings go. We allow you 15 minutes for your presentation. Then we allow 5 minutes for the officer if he's present, 10 minutes for APD, 10 minutes for the agency or their designee, and 5 minutes for rebuttal after they've all spoken if you have any rebuttal. Then we will go into closed session to discuss it, just the board, and then we'll come back out of closed session with our decision.
Okay.
And your 15 minutes starts when you start talking. Miss Barella will let you know when your 15 minutes is up. I'm sorry, Mr.
Chair
Wortel.
French, can we take a 5-minute break? I mean, we have been at this for what now, nearly 2.5 hours.
Absolutely. Do you guys want a 5-minute break or do you want 10 or 15? What would you like?
5 is fine with me.
5? Is everybody good with 5? 5? Everybody's good with 5. Thank
Yeah,
you,
good.
Member Wortel. I just got in a mode, I guess. Thank you. All right. 5-minute break.
Be right back.
Okay, I've explained it to you. The process, do you have, the procedure, do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, then please proceed and you have 15 minutes.
Thank you. This has been a long, kind of drawn out process that's been very, very frustrating. It began with 3 invasions of my property, and at least one was a burglary, but the first was the perpetrators, and I believe it was this one man who came a 3rd time, and I was witness to that, and then chased him down. I do believe, and I have evidence, that he was the man who had come into my property. And in the first case, 3 days before, I did not know he had ripped out a window in the back of a storage space. And I was informed of that the day that I discovered that he'd ripped out a second window and had stolen, actually the day that on the eve of that second event. So I had repaired the first window, and it was a case of vandalism that I didn't know when it had happened. The next day, and that was in the evening, that I discovered that because of a neighbor across the alley behind me. Now, that neighbor somehow had not thought to tell me that there had been this commotion and apparent break-in. But I think this guy was scared off and had not taken anything. I couldn't establish that anything was missing. But in the second case, he ripped out a second window, and I think he had not prepared to remove anything the first time, because in retrospect, what happened was he was seen by neighbors of mine removing a large quantity of items, both in boxes, and the items themselves were apparent on a cart that he had brought for that purpose. It's like a service cart, and it was loaded with my things. My neighbors were able to describe those things, which were exactly the things missing from the space behind this window, and had a considerable value. It was only the next day that I told my next door neighbor about this, and she had seen a broken toy of really great value. I used to resell toys. So this was my storage space and workshop, and was full of this stock. These neighbors had been walking their dogs on that morning at 5 a.m. and I had made the repair, but I wasn't prepared to make a police statement until these neighbors told me they'd seen this man within 15 feet walking out with this laden cart of stuff. And they had descriptions of the stuff. And then my neighbor later said whose door he knocked on, and she's had home invasion. So I was concerned about her and told her, and she said, well, there's this toy in my yard, and it's a very valuable animatronic Japanese toy. It's probably worth in the thousands. And it was broken, damaged, and it had been dropped. And this woman saw the man drop the toy while he moved the stuff away. So that was proof positive that he was stealing my stuff. Also, I had witnesses that could identify this man. And my immediate response was to my neighbors, because I was very upset, extremely traumatized, because of all the damage to my property and the way it was done. And there were these very unusual prints in the yard everywhere, up and down, and a number of them in front of the windows. And this is what they looked like, but they were gigantic as well. They were at least size 13 prints. Mm-hmm. So that's all I knew. And I asked my neighbors, who were very smart, responsible people, will you call the police and report this? Because they were the witnesses. And I don't know why I didn't call them myself. I was extremely upset. This was in the afternoon. But a friend of mine was with me, and he said, why don't we, because the second night they stole my tools that I had repaired the first window. So I couldn't repair it. And I said, it was a mild night. I said, let's sleep out tonight, make sure this doesn't happen again. The report this officer made characterized me as a vigilante, as someone who was waiting to go after this man and to capture him myself. In fact, he said that in interviewing me, and he's the only one who said this, the other officers who's made statements and whose camera evidence did include many of the things I said this officer did not reflect in his report. But he never identified himself, Officer Washington, as the officer of record. He says he thought he gave me his card and his identification. He did not at the scene. For that reason, I had told people subsequently that I had never met this man. I didn't know who he was. They gave me his code name for some reason. Then they got very angry at me for using it. Then finally, they gave me the name of the officer. So I was aware for the next 2 nights that he was on night shift, and thereafter he was on leave. Within 2 weeks, he was on paternity leave. So I wasn't quite clear why he would be in charge of my case when he wasn't even available. But I was assured that if I left a message for him, especially during his work hours, and it was on his machine, he would respond to it. However, he never responded to me until about 2 weeks later when he made a pro forma call at 8 a.m. At the time, I had severe insomnia, and I had left in my messages that I could take messages and respond to him anytime he wanted, but that I wasn't available until at least noon. And the call he made, he did not leave a message. And in his description, he says that he made several attempts to contact me. I asked him several times when the arraignment would be. I wanted to be part of the court proceedings. The only record there is in here is that the courts were responsible to notify me as the victim. Well, I don't remember getting any notification, and I wasn't told even the approximate date of a court procedure, so I wasn't available for that, which is upsetting to me. But the greatest problem for me is that this was subsequent to a burglary. It was obviously the 3rd attempt at a burglary, and he had brought an accomplice with a truck. And what happened was I ended up in the back of this truck with this guy only because I was trying to, well, I wasn't there to stop him or to chase him down, but he came within a few feet of me before he saw me and my friend in the yard. And I had happened to put my shoes back on that time at 5 a.m. So I chased him thinking I could bring him down in the yard. He had a knapsack, and I failed at that. And I ran right past him when he jumped in the back of his truck, and I tried to keep him out of the truck. And in doing so, he pinned me on the tailgate of the truck. So I was stuck in the truck going 40 miles per hour, then a 60, then 80 at the top of my street. And I thought, I'm fried. But I did manage to wrangle him. He was gripping the side of the truck, and I wrangled him off the truck. It was not a fight or an attempt at force. It was an attempt at me to escape without dying that day. I didn't try to take him out of the truck too, but he landed on me. I suffered a broken rib. And in the struggle, which was no struggle at all, I turned over on him, and he just started screaming at me to help him ditch his drugs, which he told me were in his front left pocket. And I did tell the police, but there was nothing in the report to reflect that. Officer Washington was unaware of that, but Officer Washington did not go to my property. I talked to an officer which is reflected in the cams, about these prints, which were all over my yard, and went beyond the place where my witness would have said, we stopped this man the 3rd time, and went under both windows where the damage was. So this crazy print that I've never seen anything like, at the time I showed one of the officers, this guy was lying on a gurney. And the EMTs during this process, by the way, were saying, we're keeping this guy's vitals because they were very concerned that he would stop breathing. They said, he's still breathing, we still have a pulse. And they don't behave that way if they're not concerned about someone. The witness that they only deposed, one of the officers, who I believe was number H, only talked to this witness because I sent the witness to him. They did not take the names of the people there. And they characterized those as witnesses to the event, which they said was contrary to what I had said, was not a burglary. Well, I never claimed that night was a burglary. It obviously was not a burglary, but it was clearly from all the evidence that my witnesses could provide, and that these crazy footprints could easily determine, this was the perpetrator. At least someone in his shoes had done these other 2 things. Now, I'm not even sure his name is Sean Inocencio, because there's a little passage in these documents that describes him as carrying several types of identification, and that he was finally identified incorrectly as an ex-serviceman. And by the way, Mr. Masail, who made this report, characterized some of my comments in language that is unrecognizable to me, that is so ungrammatical and sloppy, and it seems like an effort to portray me as someone untrustworthy. But it's Officer Washington said in his report 2 things on their face, which are at least fabrications, if not fraudulent, that I had knocked this man out. Now, none of the witnesses on the scene of this event said that I was struggling with him in any way. He was having a grand mal seizure. And the young man who stopped, who was the only person to stop in their car, who luckily was a fit young man from a dojo, strong enough, and he was holding this man's head who was kipping and cracking his head on the ground. So we, I believe, were saving this man's life. And our concern right then was to save his life. But I was getting screamed at by these officers. I was bent over in part to protect this man. I couldn't hold his head myself. I was in extreme pain and I couldn't talk. So I asked the officer to approach me. I believe that's reflected in now one of the officers, Officer Washington, said I was mad at him. There was no anger there. But he had said to me, did you report this? Because I told him immediately, and that's reflected in the description, that there had been a burglary. And I believe this man was, I said, I knew this man was responsible. I had evidence for that. And that this woman, now another thing that he said was that he spoke to the witnesses. Well, he never attempted to find the witnesses. In fact, all of the things, the descriptions of the things he was responsible to do, he didn't just fail to do these things. He was not just incompetent or negligent, he actually did the opposite of each of these things that he was charged with doing. So I have so many cases. He said that I knocked this man unconscious. And then he said elsewhere in the report that this man was never unconscious and was faking his condition, which was not reflected in what the EMTs were doing or told me, and thanked me for helping this man when they arrived after this Dante had come. I had to tell Dante to identify himself. And so the timeline was completely wrong. He never made any obvious effort to contact me. And when I spoke to his supervisor and he said, we have on the log a call to you 3 days ago at 8 a.m. I happen to remember hearing the phone ring that morning. That wasn't always true. And so when I woke up finally at around noon, I thought maybe I had a phone call. I heard a phone call. Well, there was no message there. I only have a landline. I don't even have a caller ID. So I didn't know a policeman had called me. I certainly didn't know Officer Washington had finally called me after 2 or 3 weeks. And I said to this officer when he told me, because Officer Washington said that I lied about saying he hadn't contacted me. Well, I didn't, because I had no clue he had contacted me. And his supervising officer told me this, and I said, well, that's a logged call. Isn't it possible he was just logging a call so that he could have evidence that he had responded to me? Because I had been assured by people at the substation and dispatchers and everyone I could talk to that I was due an interview, a call, and that my witnesses, because even if I was reporting this burglary, the only burglary that counted, which was the day before, not the break-in I didn't know about until the day before, that burglary I was essentially reporting that night, because I had no idea my neighbors would not only not report the burglary the day they witnessed it at my request and their assurance that they would, but that they would not go to the substation as they told me they would and make a report. And they, when I brought them the forms myself and said I would take them to the substation for them, they never filled them for me. So it was really beyond that. I could not affect their testimony. And Officer Washington even suggests that I talked to them about this guy and told them I knew who did it. That's not true, because I didn't want to affect their ability to identify, especially the woman who saw him within 15 feet and said she could tell this guy from anyone on the planet right now. I said, okay, fine. And I never wanted to talk to her about it and affect what she might say about that, because if it ever came to trial and she was asked, did I talk to her about because she never saw this guy the morning of the chase. And Officer Washington impugned me for not having made that report the day before and said that's why this was happening. And I said, that can't be true. Now, this was a very difficult conversation because I had a broken rib, but I said, that can't be true. Even if you sent a squad car the day before and knew about a burglary, that wouldn't have kept this guy from coming back at 5 a.m. the next morning. As insane as that is, he would still have been there, and I would have still have been there to meet him because I had no other way to secure my own space. But it was never my intention, and certainly I would never state to anyone that I was out to get this guy. I wanted help in determining who he was, and once he was in dire straits on the road with me, I wanted help giving him first aid and making sure that he survived that morning. That was the most important thing that morning. Instead, I got screamed at by that very large policeman who said, "Get off him," even though it was very clear, and it was clear from the witnesses they interviewed, including the woman with her dog. Officer Washington said she offered me mace and I refused it because I had mace of my own. I did not. He said I went to hospital. I did not. He made up everything, things that don't even matter. He made up. And I realize I'm getting exercised right now. I know I'm getting upset, but there are so many items I have.
I think you're down to like 1 minute.
Okay.
No, Chair French, actually, his time's up.
Okay.
Well, you will get 5 minutes at the end also. All right, 5 more minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Sure. So is there anybody here from APD that would like to speak on this? I don't see, Commander Wade?
Yeah, Chair French, thank you. Officer Washington declined to appear for the appeal. Just for the appellant's knowledge of how the system works, as the discipline representative for APD, my job is to review the board's investigative findings and determine if they are reasonable based on the investigation that was conducted, not necessarily what happened on the night of the incident. So based on the information that was provided to me by the board investigator, I concurred with the investigation done by the board. So, and that's all I have, Chair French.
I just want to get an understanding from you, Commander Wade. What did you say? So you said you just go by the investigation. So do you get all the material that we get, you know, the lapels?
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
saying you review all of that, correct? Is that
Yes,
what you were?
ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, okay. I didn't understand that. Okay, thank you. We have 10 minutes for the executive director or a designee from the agency. And I believe last time it was said that there's no designee, and since we don't have the executive director, no one from the agency has been designated
That's
to
correct,
speak.
Chair French.
Okay, thank you. So you have 5 minutes remaining. So we will allow you 5 minutes, sir, to continue, or if you want to use it for more rebuttal, that's fine too.
I didn't hear any argument whatsoever, except some kind of procedural talk about reviewing a review and signing off on it. I mean, this guy's just a rubber stamp, and he has no awareness of this case at all. It's pretty obvious. He doesn't know what's happening at all. Officer Washington said that I told him, now this conversation never occurred. It could not possibly have occurred. We never met in a context when this would happen, that I and my friend were waiting in the yard, hoping to run into the suspect and hoping to struggle with the suspect. The review from your board said that I said, this isn't going to happen again. It wasn't going to change nothing. That, you know, that's not recognizable as me. It wasn't going to change nothing. I don't talk that way and I don't think that way. And it doesn't make any sense. The whole point for me of pursuing this was to settle this case and understand. I also wanted to know who the getaway car was, and they said I failed to give them a license plate. I'm lying on my back on lead, and this car looks like it's ready to run me over and racing back to, who knows, with a gun, who knows, to pick up this guy's Confederate. And there's no evidence that he was ever even asked who his accomplice was and where the truck was and where their base was. And that truck was full of stolen stuff, you could tell. So I told the cops about that too. That isn't even the report. So this was already, now I understand they can't chase every red truck in town, but their response, which is almost like joking about that, rather than the fact that they never spoke to Sean Inocencio, if that is his name, it's never made clear that that's actually his identity. But from the start, and this is something I repeated to everyone I spoke to, that without a burglary report, which should have been generated by my long 4-page description in the police report I made, which included the incident of the day before, which included the burglary and itemized the burglary, that was never part of this officer's report and was never reflected in his conclusion that there was a burglary involved. And he said if there had been a burglary, he would have done certain things. Well, the burglary was the day before. But if in effect, he was blaming me for not myself under great stress. And my friend will tell you, I cried for 3 hours that afternoon. I was a nervous wreck and an absolute emotional mess. And I don't know quite why I was that upset, but I had some brain trauma problems from about 10 years before. And I think everything had just reached a breaking point. And my friends had said, my neighbors who were friends had said, we will contact the police today. So this officer said this wouldn't have happened had you contacted us. And I said, that can't be true. Are you blaming me for this incident? Because I'm doing my best just to, and I made a choice I would not have made in retrospect, but one thing led to another, and I was in the back of this truck with this man. And in retrospect, I'm almost happy that happened because I think this man was in such terrible shape that he was likely to have some kind of drug-induced seizure anyway and have some fatal incident anyway. And that was taken care of. But what I needed was a burglary report because to this day, I have not been able to make a claim with my insurance agent, and that timed out after a year. And I've been going first day by day, then week by week, then month by month, trying to get some authoritative evidence of a burglary so I can make a claim with my insurance, because I lost $5,000 worth of merchandise that day. And I was never able, even when I only pursued the burglary claim, and I was told this is all down to Officer Washington. No other officer could make an addendum of any kind. Now, apparently that was done by, I believe, Officer Hernandez, but they were saying we can't even talk to him ourselves. We can't find him. He's completely off the grid because he's in 3 months of paternity leave. And congratulations to him. At the time, I sympathized with him because he was in a no-win situation. Why would he be put on that job? And so he was cutting corners and making things up, but he was also making things up that were prejudicial to me. We're claiming that I was violent, that I had struck this man, that I had knocked him unconscious, even when he said and made light of what the EMTs had done and said that this man was never in any kind of trouble. So I have many other problems with these documents, but not with any of the other officers. It's kind of a case of many. If this Officer Washington was the officer of record, he should have been gathering all this information in that period, not as part of this appeal, not as part of saving his own hide. And he should have used that information. And once a burglary was established, then he could speak to my witnesses, because I was talking to all his.
Sir, your time is up, but I have a couple of questions for you.
Thank you.
You said during the investigation that the investigators put words in your mouth that you didn't say that to the investigator. What were you saying? You said that doesn't sound like you. So are you saying that when you were interviewed by the investigator?
Yes, and I taped all of those conversations, and thank you for asking that, because the other point is that I gave him a phone log of all the calls that I made to the Highland substation, to the dispatchers. There were about 8 calls from the month after, about approximately the month after the incident, of me asking and pursuing and then responding to the responses I got, which were the best faith responses possible, but were completely unforthcoming as far as like any progress in this case. And I taped all those conversations and logged them to be submitted as evidence, and I have them on a memory stick, but I was never told by Mr. Masail that this was would time out and not only be adjudicated as something that could not be documented, but that was unfounded, was completely unfounded, which on its face is ridiculous because there are statements made by Officer Washington that are self-contradictory and prejudicial to me and were completely contradicted by the other officers at the scene.
Okay, I understand that, but back to my original question, sir. You said,
Yes, he mischaracterized what I said.
okay, and you have those interviews.
And I have every word that I said to him, and I don't say nothing's going to be like, I don't even know what kind of this, it's like it's like in both cases, they're making me a person who shouldn't be respected and understood and followed up on. And if I made a mistake, and I would admit that I certainly regret not being one person who called the police that day and would have called them the next day, the next morning, even if I hadn't been knocked out of the back of that truck, I would obviously have been talking to the police about it. 2 police officers came down my street with their flashlights at dawn. It was perfectly light. Officer Washington was not one of them because it was not the man who approached me, who I now understand is Officer Washington. And they shone their flashlights in daylight into my yard and then walked away. I thought they were going to walk into my yard and maybe pursue the obvious thing, which was to look at this guy's tracks everywhere.
Okay, sir. Okay, we understand that. I have one more question for you. Okay, so this is not time for you to continue. We understand that, but I have another question for you. You said you have not been able to make a claim with your insurance company, but I thought you did say that you made you called in and made a burglary report. Are you saying that your insurance company will not accept? Did you say you made your own burglary report? Because I know they have telephone reporting unit where a citizen can just call in and say, this is what I lost, and they document it as a police report.
I did that in person at the substation, and that 4-page report did not appear in Officer Washington's collection of information. In fact, when they said there was a 4-page report, I thought, how can it be only 4 pages when I had 4 pages and my witness had 2 pages? And those reports just disappeared.
So you're telling us, so you're telling me that you made the report at a substation, but but you don't have a copy of that report, or you can't use it for your insurance because you're saying you haven't been able to make an insurance claim.
Well, because that Officer Washington, and I was at the substation and I was listening to a woman who had been a victim being interviewed by an officer the way I assumed I would be, but that never happened. And in fact, those reports and my complaint to your board were in no way complete. They were only meant to open the case and bring further evidence to bear. And they were all I knew at the time. But those witnesses who within 8 months, not surprisingly, had moved. And now they have no known forwarding address. And really within weeks, their testimony would not have carried a whole lot of weight. And beyond the court date, which no one was apprised of, if this guy had been in touch with me, as he said, he made several attempts to contact me, and I'm at home all day. If he had made a good faith effort, or anybody in his office to let me know what was going on, it would have been understood, and I would have been in court to give testimony. Or
sir, I understand that, but let's stick to my question.
Okay.
You made a report at the substation. Are you telling me that your insurance company, because you said you haven't been able to make an insurance claim and you lost $5,000.
Right.
Are you telling me that the insurance company would not accept your report that you made at the substation?
Right. And I asked them, can you go to the police and ask for a burglary report? Because they will not produce a report that reflects a burglary for me. And all of these sort of things are saying, because I only called about this incident and only assumed this guy had burgled me, and no witnesses beyond that night, which were people on the street in lead. They were asking a woman walking her dog who had given me the mace, which he didn't even understand. They were asking her if she knew about a burglary. Why would he do that?
Sir, so I'm asking, so you're telling me that your insurance company would not accept your report. That's my whole question.
Right. Okay. And it went a year, and my insurance agent told me they can, in special cases, extend this. But they have no way of asking the police to confirm a burglary. And I wondered why not, and of course, I've been doing it ever since. 100
Okay.
times.
Okay, all right, so that was my only question, because I know you can make a telephone report and list all your items that were burglarized. So that was my question to you.
But if
So
it
with
was that simple, it was never explained to me by Officer Washington or anyone else. I was pursuing the ongoing report of involving the man that I knew had been responsible and could be ID'd from that morning before, the day before. Yeah.
Okay, I understand, because there's rules to that too, like no suspect information. Okay, thank you, sir. With that, is there a motion by a board member to go into closed discussion?
So moved.
Second,
Ms. Perrella, will you take the roll?
French,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Wortel.
yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. Is there a motion to come out of closed discussion?
So moved.
You have a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Barella, will you take the roll?
Chair French,
Yes.
Member Lewis,
Yes.
Member Nixon. Member Nixon,
Yes.
thank you. Member Wortel,
Yes.
thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. And for the record, nothing was discussed in closed session except for CPC 123-22. Is there a motion?
Yes, I will make a motion that we uphold the agency's findings on this CPC 123-22.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Just to add some context to that motion, we have three criteria that we can look at in these appeals to review whether or not to take action or uphold. And so based on those three criteria, we don't have any evidence or any findings to be able to do anything else. So that's where this motion originates from.
Okay.
Would you mind saying what the three criteria are?
I don't mind doing that. The first one is in these investigations, if they have considered the wrong operating procedures, we can use that as an appeal grounds. If the findings were capricious or they lacked foundation, or were egregious in some way, we can have an appeal in that. And then the third one is if the findings are not consistent with the evidence that we have at hand. And I think in this situation, based on the evidence that we had at the time of the investigation, then the findings were in line with what that was.
But
I'm sorry.
because the witnesses were not interviewed at all, the actual witnesses to the burglary, witnesses to presumably the same man. And that, therefore, the evidence was denied me and denied my case. And so if you're limiting yourself to the evidence being the cams, the interviews, the report, and so forth, then that is so self-contradictory and so impugning of me as a person who both was waiting to attack, waiting to take vigilante justice, and who knocked this man unconscious. That is ad hominem fabrication. That is hurtful, damaging,
Okay, Mr. Frederick,
and it
Mr.
militates
No,
against
no,
a
no,
report of burglary.
Don't overtalk me. Don't overtalk me.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you
So-
started over talking me.
Okay. Well, this is not the time for your discussion. This is board discussion.
Okay.
But
okay.
let me just clarify this. In your letter, if you don't agree with us, the letter will tell you what you can do if you don't agree with our decision. All right?
I want to know what the evidence is considered to be when no evidence was taken, no witness statements that were pertinent. In fact, witnesses, so-called witnesses at the scene
Sir,
of the accident were
present-
asked things about a burglary.
Okay,
It
so
makes no sense.
I'm sorry, sir. This is
Okay.
board discussion. You've had your time. This is
Thank you.
strictly for board discussion. But if you don't agree with our appealings, you have another avenue. Okay? So with that, Ms. Farella, will you take the roll?
Chair French,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Wortel.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 8. The consideration of PPRB and with no recommendations. Mr. Crawford, Member Crawford is not here, so we'll go on to item B, job description. And the reason that this is on there is because Member Nixon, you and Wortel had submitted a job description several months ago, and I believe the monitor had said we needed to submit that to City Council. I'm not sure where we stand on that. Do you still have a copy of that, Member Nixon?
I believe I do have a copy of it.
Okay. I
As
cannot,
far as like
that's why I was asking.
sending it, I've not sent it anywhere, in all fairness, so I'll have to look again, but I'm pretty sure that has not been sent. The last that was months ago. The last I had any involvement with it was to basically look it over, give comments, and then leave it at that. And that's what I did. So
Okay, I think Member Rayner had done that, but I just was going to bring that because that was brought up by the monitor. And if this new amendment or new ordinance go into effect, it's going to be a moot point anyway. So I just wanted to ask you if you still had that because I couldn't find it.
yeah, we have it, but in the event that we do need to put that in, not a problem. I don't see that being an issue.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll go on to item C, CPA waiver request update. Counselor Gooch?
Thank you, Chair French and board members. The letter was submitted, but I have not heard from anyone. And there's no, although the ordinance amendments are robust, there's been no changes to training. In fact, there's been an addition to training being proposed. So the update is we sent the request, but I have not heard anything and the amendments did not take that into consideration.
I sent it and signed my name and I haven't heard anything either. So, okay, thank you. And we'll move on to the semi-annual report. The reason I brought this up is Member Nixon has already scheduled a meeting for the audit committee, but at our last meeting with Ms. Ewing, it was talked about the semi-annual report because we had requested that we have an outside agency do the annual audit because we're not experts and we certainly haven't been trained how to do audits of investigations. At that time, Ms. Ewing said that she talked to Mr. Pacheco about his interpretation of our ordinance. And I don't mean this to slight you in any way, Mr. Pacheco, but you do represent APD, and I don't think APD should be involved in who, what, where, or how we do our audits. I think that interpretation should have come from the agency's attorney. And so, Ms. Gooch, on that, do you understand what I'm saying, Mr. Pacheco? I don't mean any slight towards you, but that should have went to the agency's attorney, not APD's attorney.
No, ma'am, and Ms. Gooch may have her independent advice on it, so that's perfectly fine. So no slight taken.
Okay, thank you. And with that, Ms. Gooch, that was my update, but the audit committee is scheduled to have a subcommittee meeting, and that will be left up to the audit chair on how and the audit is performed. So I will leave that up to Member Nixon because he is the chair of that audit subcommittee. And I do believe you have scheduled a meeting, correct, Member Nixon?
That is correct. And we plan on discussing that in the meeting and going forward, how we want to do the audits. Or,
Okay.
you know, discuss options on getting those completed.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to executive director's application. I will tell you guys that I believe we have received 3.
Chair French, yeah, go ahead, Member Wartel.
You skipped one. Annual training.
Right. Annual training status update, sorry. Member, I mean, Councilor Gooch and Member Wartel, the training status update?
Member Wartel, would you like to proceed or would you prefer if I do?
No, I prefer you do, but Councilor Gooch had just sent out a request for NACO responses. And I think everyone needs to fill those out.
Thank you, Member Wartel, Chair French, and members of the board. The updated trainings that were approved by the monitor were provided live by me last month. Anyone that attended, please get your test in so that it counts for your training requirements. There are still trainings that are being formulated as part of the 24-hour initial training. When those are ready to be taken, I will let you know. And in the meantime, as Member Wartell mentioned, if you went to NACOL, you need to do the essays on the approved form that the board submitted to the monitor in order to have that count towards your training. The end of the monitor period is coming up, and it would be great if everyone had all of their trainings done and accounted for before the end of the training period or the monitor period. If anyone has any questions about where they stand in training, questions about what they need to do, Ms. Barella is keeping the training summary, so she can provide that to you, and I'm happy to answer any questions as well. Thank you.
When is the end of the monitor period?
I believe it's the end of January.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
French, can you just elaborate on those NACOL essays and that they have to be submitted to the monitor first for his approval? Okay. I just want to make sure that everyone's clear on that.
Yes, when you send the your essay in, and I think we decided to call them a trip report.
They're not set up like that, though.
Oh, okay.
They're
So-
set up as what, insights? Ms. Gooch?
Chair French, Member Wartell, I don't know what the title of the document is, but it should be a short summary for each training session you attended, I believe is what the board had voted on and submitted to the monitor as part of how to account for NACOL trainings. But whatever it's called, it's a form that the board approved to be utilized for NACOL training.
Boy, if we approved that form, I must have been asleep.
Chair French, Member Wartell, I don't recall if you were on the board at the time that was approved.
He
I
was not.
suspect you were not.
That, no wonder. I was.
It was my first meeting with the monitor when they all were talking about that, and it went right over my head too. So yeah.
I think it lists, what it does is it gives you space for 5 or 6 insights. And it doesn't go by the sessions that you attended.
I agree, but I had nothing to do with that. That was the 2 previous chairs that agreed at that meeting about that particular form, Member Wartell. Like I said, I didn't have any input because I was very new to the board, so I was clueless.
Well,
So-
that's fine. I mean, we can fill it out.
Yeah, with that being said, everybody, I emailed everybody the essay, the form, and once you fill that out, you will send it to the monitor, our new monitor, Stephen Rickman, and then once he approves it, he will notify probably Counselor Gooch and Miss Barella that you have completed that, and then it will be put on your spreadsheet under your name.
Will he check it for spelling and grammar?
The only thing that I ever heard was I heard one of our previous members say that she wrote it out and sent it to the monitor, and he's told her, sent it back and told her to type it out. That's the only thing I've ever
Are
heard.
you serious?
I don't know if that's true, but that's what she said. He wanted it typed. I don't know. But anyway, so that's all I have on that. And thank you, Ms. Varela, for that elaboration, because yes, that needs to be done. Okay.
Oh,
So
Chair French, I'm sorry, one more thing. Ride-alongs, those need to happen as well. That waiver is no longer in effect, and so ride-alongs need to be happening pursuant to the terms of the CASA and the ordinance. And I forget the woman's name that's now in charge of scheduling at APD, but I believe there is someone in charge, and there's paperwork you have to do to get those scheduled. So if you haven't done that, please please do it because it takes some logistics and scheduling for the officers to accommodate these ride-alongs in addition to your schedules.
And that's for the period January 1 through June 30.
For, you have a 6-month, yes, calendar year 2 ride-along requirement.
But I think this one was from July to December 2022.
Yes, so if you hadn't done them, you will need to see how your timing works out. But if either way, it's an annual ongoing requirement that is always there for board members.
Mhm. Member Wortel.
It's a little bit confusing. If you haven't done it by, obviously, December 31st passed. If you haven't done it, year 2 by December 31st, you're out of compliance.
Member Chair French, Member Wortel, it will depend on when you were appointed. So for instance, Member Luce, she is in a different calendar period for the first period of her appointment because she has not been here. So her 6 months has not finished, even though it's the end of the calendar year. For tenured members like Member Nixon and Member French, it's different, but it will vary. I think it would also impact members Jackson and Rayner also.
And also, Member Wortel, when they can set you up. I know I did one, I was set up to do my second one. My dad passed away. Several things come up after that. Once I got a hold of the person, Stephanie, I think her name is, it took her a while to get back to me. The officer, I did have an officer contact me, and so now I can set up my second ride along, but it will be before the 30-day grace period or whatever that I think we should have. But yeah, that it depends on circumstances, I believe. So it's 4 hours. It goes by really, really quick. I enjoyed it, but it does take out of your day. So, okay, we'll move on. Oh, is there any more discussion before I move on? I'm sorry. Okay, if not, we'll move on to the executive director's application. I do believe that we have received 3 the last time I checked. I don't feel like the board should move forward with this. I'm going to, as the chair, I'm going to assign this, the application reviewing, doing interview questions. I'm going to assign it to the personnel subcommittee. And I guess we'll find out what we need to do by next Wednesday. And if the amendments go through, this won't be an issue for us. We won't, city council.
Neither will ride-alongs.
Exactly. I wasn't going to say that, but that was my thought too. So with that, I'll turn that over to the personnel subcommittee. Like I said, and we might not even have to be concerned with that because I think the new amendments has the executive director selected and approved by city council. So that may not be one of our issues anymore. So with that, we'll move on to, I don't think I've skipped anything, have I? Oh, yes. CPOA board ordinance amendments. All I was going to do is give a little snapshot of what happened at our special meeting on Monday. I guess it's clear to say that I did ask all staff present. I did ask all administrative staff that was present. I didn't realize there was a couple of investigators present. Let me just say I asked the 2 administrative staff that was there and if they knew about the amendment. So I think with the people that were there and the people that I asked, the DOJ was not aware of any of these amendments. The monitor was not aware of any of these amendments. Nobody from the board was aware of any of these amendments. Neither was our counselor, neither was Ms. Varela, and neither was Ms. Segala. Those were the people present that I believe I asked. If I left anybody out, I'm sorry. But I just was going to go over a few remarks. Just a few the remarks that were made, other than, let me see, it was lack of transparency, lack of communication and interaction with board members over major changes that will occur to the board when we consider our job to be, our mission to be very important. All the votes with this current board have been unanimous. Since I've been the chair, I don't think we've ever had a vote that wasn't unanimous. I think, remember Wartel said that. Historical problems with the board don't exist anymore. And we are a functioning board, that was said, and now we're being abolished. There was no expert input. There was no strong basis. And this will abolish the citizens' oversight. Board members take their expertise on this board to make this community and citizens safer, and that's what they're here for. No city councilor has come to our meetings. Crime rate in Albuquerque is second nationwide per capita. We are, I believe it said we are ahead of New York, LA, Chicago, but yet the functioning board of civilian police oversight is being abolished by city council. I believe I'll just leave that because we've all been here quite some time, and I would advise anybody interested that listens to our meetings live or go back into it, please review the meeting that we had on Monday if you want to hear all the comments and everything that was said by the board. And with that, I'll leave it open. Are there any more comments from the board members?
No, you know, being one of the longest serving members on the board, I think that this whole recommendation by city council to abolish the board and this kind of thing, you know, it's, to me, it's a baseless, in my opinion, it's just a kind of a baseless attempt to upset or remove certain members of the board. And in my opinion, I think the board has become too effective at identifying issues and trying to resolve those issues, but also to make recommendations that are not necessarily popular, nor do they align, in my opinion, with APD, the board, excuse me, the union, the city council, etc. But one of the things I will tell you, and for every board member that is on this board and serving on this board, is that we have, with impeccable integrity, always aligned with the community and the safety of the tax-paying citizen in mind. So nothing is self-serving about what we do, and whether it's popular or not is not my concern, because I could care less what city council is going to do. If they abolish the board, then they abolish the board. You do whatever, and if the DOJ allows that to happen, if the monitor, who may have his hands tied, maybe the chief has his hands tied, maybe a lot of people have their hands tied, if they allow something as egregious and ridiculously insulting to the public to happen, then why are we even here in the first place? Because one thing, I can't speak for everybody on the board, but APD is never going to have me in their hip pocket. City council is never going to have me in their hip pocket. I will bring up anything and everything I have to defend and protect the community in any way, shape, or form. And that includes not just working with APD to make things better, which is, since we're all in the community, would be the best thing to do, but also point out all of the opportunities to make community policing in Albuquerque better. It's the only reason I serve on the board. I don't care about politics and all the other stuff that happens. I don't care about those kind of things. What I care about is making sure our citizens are safe, but by the same token, making sure that our law enforcement professionals and those officers that are out there A lot of them younger than I am are safe as well. So if I have to call something out that is not popular, or if I have to make recommendations that are not necessarily popular, but they expose dysfunctionality or transparently addresses any key issues, including timing of hiring directors, or getting down into weeds for things that are unnecessarily political, those will be called out too. Anything that's going to hamper this board from doing what we're supposed to be doing is still going to be called out. So I think that it's a referendum on where city council is in this entire process, where you can do things behind the scenes and make unilateral decisions that are basically go against the CASA, that basically goes against the better good of the community with all of those elected officials. We're not elected, Patty. We are volunteers. So I don't want to spend a Thursday going at it, for 4 or 5 hours. I'd rather be doing something else, but this is a duty. This is a calling for every single member of this board. And we do it voluntarily and we do it gladly because it's a duty in how we serve our community. We're serving the community, thinking about abolishing the community's voice on what happens to them in law enforcement and stuff. That's just an out and out insult. And one of the things, and I'm going to call on a tax-paying citizen for this, remember who those city council members are. Remember who you're voting for and everything. And remember this, because if they do abolish this board, whether I serve on it or not, very seriously doubt if I'll be here after my tenure again. But if they abolish the board, just remember that that referendum is on the Albuquerque public. You're abolishing the Albuquerque public. All of these little rules that we have, like, attending the CPA, attending these ride-alongs with cops and doing these kind of things, which are not necessary. I think that there are some ground levels that we have to get to before any of that is going to be an indicator as to whether or not things are getting better in accordance with the CASA. I think that a lot of these little rules and these little concessions that go to the indoctrination of a human, of a tax-paying citizen, to have to do ride-alongs, to have to do Citizens Police Academy, have to do those in order to serve on this board. I think that these are the kind of things that we push back on. These are the kind of things they may not like, but at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, you can constitutionally police all you want, because your policies and the SOPs and everything tell you that you're constitutionally policing. But until you can admit and accept that you're part of this community and start making decisions that are better for the community, then we're going to continue to have this kind of controversy. Department of Justice could be here for another 20 years. Okay, and I'm not saying that they're effective in what they're doing as far as this is concerned either. I think there are a lot of parties at play that need to take their responsibility and move forward. But I'll tell you this. At the end of the day, this board, this limited board, limited in its authority, limited in its power to do the things that are good for the community, should always serve to serve the community by calling out these entities that think that they are above reproach when it comes to this CASA and Department of Justice, to abolish, to make changes, to ignore, to hide, to do all these things. It doesn't have to happen, because you have citizens that are serving on this board that are willing to work with anyone, do anything we need to make the community safe. And I thank you for allowing me to say that.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the board? None? Okay. Well, like I said, I had quite a few that I had captured that came from the last meeting. I had another board member send me some comments, but due to there not being anybody from the monitor or DOJ on the call, I don't see any point in going forward with that, because all of us were at that meeting. So I will
And
not.
just so you want, I want to say one more thing, and I'll leave it at that.
Mhm.
All of my serving, this is the best board we've had, in my opinion. This has been a very effective board in getting things done and trying to take care of business. So I commend you on that. I'm proud to serve with everybody that's on this board, even the members who are not here. But yeah, I appreciate it. It's been an honor. It is an honor.
Thank you. And this may be our last meeting. We don't know. No, if next Wednesday they abolish this may be our last meeting. So if it is, I want to say the same thing to everybody. I did enjoy serving the community. Takes a lot of time and effort when we could be having fun with our family or doing other things. But I do think that we all do it because for the right reasons and that we're very dedicated to it. So if there's no more comments, we'll move on because it is 9 o'clock. So,
Ms. Gooch has her hand up.
oh yeah, I'm sorry, Tina.
Thank you, Chair French, members of the board. I will be brief because I understand it's been a long meeting, but I do want to circle back the discussion on the ordinance amendments, not to detract from the abolishing of the board, because that is very important, but to also highlight for the public and anyone that pays attention to your meetings, the areas of CASA problems that are separate. And those include allowing city council to unilaterally modify the new reconstituted board's policies and procedures, allowing the executive director to draft the board's job description, and that can be also unilaterally modified by city council with no input from the new reconstituted board, creating a contract compliance officer that is filled by city council. Then city council, through their contract compliance officer, will make recommendations on the executive director. While it notes there should be input from the amici and the board, ultimately that city council appointed position will determine the names of the executive director to be submitted to city council, who will unilaterally select the executive director, who then will serve only at the pleasure of city council in perpetuity, with the only body that can change the executive director being city council. And then finally, and so I guess all roads lead to city council is what I will point out, and that impugns the propriety of the independence that the CASA requires that the board agency have. This impacts the agency, not just the reconstituted board. Separately, the city attorney will be picking the agency and board's legal counsel, even though the CASA specifically requires that the agency gets to pick its own counsel. Again, all roads lead to other parts of the, 3 parts of government, none of which are the agency and the board. And so I mentioned that not because the board doesn't understand it and the agency doesn't understand it, but so the public really pays attention. I know it's a long document. I know as a lawyer, I take for granted that reading 29 pages of legal text is not a big deal, but there are significant problems here separate from detracting from what the board does and the board's mission that will adversely impact the agency and the board, even in a reconstituted form. And I thank you all for your service. If anyone has any questions, please let me know.
Please let me add one other thought to what Ms. Gooch just pointed out. And that's that the folks who are making these changes, in my tenure on the board, no city council member has attended a board meeting. And I'm a little surprised that the monitor, who knows what's going on, is not at this meeting. It gives the impression that we are irrelevant.
Thank you, Member Wartel. And I will say that, the CP, this Citizen Police Academy, all the training that we've had to take, all the information, all that we had together to make sound decisions, all the training required to be a board member. It surprises me that someone or individuals who haven't gone through that training, that haven't sat through a meeting, that really haven't had to review all these lapels and are making the decision on what's effective and what's not effective. as a board. And so, you know, I just see that, you know, they need expert input. What are the past practices? And how many of them really know what is required of us and what we do for the community and how dedicated we are to the community and to the citizens of Albuquerque. So I think everyone who has made any remarks, or is there anyone else? All right, then. Let's move on. Item number 9, review of cases of recommended discipline. We have sustained violation not based on original complaint and exonerated, 168-22. And I'll make a motion for approval of the recommended discipline. Is there a
So
second?
Second. Sorry.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this case? If not, thank you. Ms. Farella, will you take the roll?
Chair French,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Wortel.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Okay, we'll go on with, I'll make a motion of approval of the recommended discipline sustained on 118-22.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, Ms. Varela, take the roll, please.
Chair French,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Wortel.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. And we'll move on to item number 10. I don't believe that. Do we have to take a vote on the non-concurrence? We don't, do we? No, we don't. That's right. I just wanted to say to the board, if you remember at our last meeting, I asked about the non-concurrences, the ones that didn't meet the deadline. And I remember Deidre said to me, I said, what happens on that? And she said, I know, I'm preparing the answer because I knew you were going to ask that question. You're right. I don't think what was highlighted, and I should have highlighted, is if they miss the deadlines, the time periods of allowed in the contract, then nothing, even though they agree that the officer should be disciplined or something, nothing goes on his card, nothing reported, it just goes away, period. Even though they agreed with our findings. So I just wanted to let that be known. I should have said that last month, but I didn't. So with that, we'll move on to item number 11, reports from subcommittee. The Policy and Procedure Review Committee did not meet this month. There was a issue with our chair being out of town, so we don't have that. Our next board meeting may be February the 2nd, 2023. Excuse me, that's the Policy and Procedure Board meeting. Our next meeting is scheduled for next Thursday. And as that's for the serious use of force and officer involved shootings that Mr. Pacheco had asked me for the list. With that, is there any old business? New business? Well, then our next regular board meeting will be on maybe on February the 9th. And with that, thank you, everyone. We're adjourned.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks.
Good night, everyone. Be safe.